seats. I don't know how.
No.
John, we did not switch the seats ourselves. I don't know who.
Oh no, my vortex. Hold on. We're under those. Oh, come on. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All ready? Okay. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, if you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. We're going to start out tonight with I believe it's our last round of Pools Awards, which were reinstated after a 15-plus year hiatus. And tonight we have awards from Liverpool High School. So we will welcome up, I believe, Executive Principal Brianna O'Brien to present the awards for us.
Thank you so much, President Blaney. Good evening, everyone. I am Brianna O'Brien. I am the executive principal of the high school, and it is an honor to be here tonight to recognize the outstanding students and staff of Liverpool High School who exemplify excellence, dedication, and the core values of our district. Thank you to the Board of Education for providing this opportunity to celebrate the remarkable individuals who make Liverpool High School's school community so very special. I also would like to thank the Liverpool High School staff for their thoughtful nominations. Their recognition of students and colleagues highlights the strong culture of support and encouragement at our school. Each of tonight's honorees has demonstrated exceptional character, leadership, and commitment to learning. It is my privilege to introduce this year's recipients of the Board of Education Pools Awards, beginning with our outstanding students. I will start by calling up first Mrs. Jordan Stereo, 9th grade principal. As well as Saeed Khalid Sadat.
All right. Our 9th grade Pools Award winner is Saeed Khalid Sadat. Saeed is so incredibly wonderful. He is one of the hardest working students I have ever taught. He is incredibly respectful, not just to staff, but to all of his peers. Furthermore, he is a friend to everyone. Over the past several weeks, he has helped several new students adjust to school. He has helped show them around and adjust to this new environment. He doesn't speak the same language as these students, but will go out of his way time and time again to make sure that they are supported and welcomed. He helps others without being asked. I am continuously amazed by his selflessness and generosity each and every day. Congratulations, Saeed Khalid. You're welcome.
Congratulations. Next, I would like to invite up 10th grade principal Miss Acey, as well as 10th grader Molly J. Quinn.
Okay, our 10th grade Pools Award winner is Molly J. Quinn. Molly is a remarkable 10th grade student who exemplifies dedication, kindness, and quiet leadership. She brings a strong work ethic to everything she does, consistently striving to do her best and grow as a learner. What sets Molly apart is her calm, considerate presence. She may be quiet, but her actions speak volumes. She is always willing to help others, whether it's explaining a concept to a classmate or offering support in group work. Molly is a dependable and compassionate team player. Her humility, strong sense of responsibility, and genuine care for others makes her an asset to any classroom. Molly's future is undoubtedly bright, and her positive impact is already being felt by those around her. Congratulations, Molly.
Next, I would like to welcome up 11th grade principal Mr. Stuart Smith and 11th grader Bridget Osborne.
Good evening, everyone. Our 11th grade Pools Award winner is Bridget Osborne. Bridget is truly one of those students who stands out in every way, and I can verify that based on what I've heard from her teachers time and time again. She's incredibly bright and curious, always eager to learn, and not just for the grade, but because she genuinely enjoys it. As a student in AP classes, SUNY Oswego classes, OCC classes, and also an integral member of the music department at LHS, she consistently tackles challenging material with confidence. Her teachers state that she's one of the most hardworking and thoughtful students that they've ever met, balancing her academic responsibilities with involvement in a variety of extracurriculars as well. Additionally, Bridget is kind, mature, and a natural leader, someone who her peers and her teachers truly respect. Congratulations, Bridget.
Congratulations, Bridget. Now I'd like to welcome up 12th grade principal Mrs. Christine Wood and Bailey Ganong.
Our 12th grade Pools Award winner is Bailey Ganong. Bailey is a fantastic student. She carries her positivity and energy with her everywhere she goes. Bailey is a role model for her fellow students as well as a leader. She has time and time again gone out of her way to help her peers. She is a mentor to her younger classmates who look up to her. She is an incredibly hard worker and puts a tremendous amount of effort into everything that she does. She is extremely involved in our school community, specifically in the arts. Her talent and hard work deserve recognition. Congratulations, Bailey.
Thank you, Mrs. Wood. I would now like to call up Mrs. Ancona, acting associate principal, and also welcome up Miss Bailey Woodard. This is Miss Bailey Woodard. She is one of our social studies teachers at Liverpool High School. Bailey has been both a special education teacher and a social studies teacher at Liverpool High School for the past 7 years. Here's what a colleague shared about Bailey. I firmly believe Bailey is one of the best educators I have ever met. She embodies everything great about our school district. She cares deeply about each and every one of her students. Her students recognize this and as a result are more successful, both in and out of the classroom. I've had several of my students express how much of an impact Miss Woodard has had on them. For some, she was even a major reason why they would continue to come to school each and every day. She has created and led multiple opportunities for students to explore their interests and grow, these being through mock trial, civic and criminal law, and AP macroeconomics. Without Bailey, these opportunities would not be available for our students. She puts so much time and energy into all of her work, and it is an incredibly difficult workload. Her passion and dedication have enriched our entire school, and Liverpool is lucky to have her. Congratulations, Bailey, on this well-deserved recognition.
Good evening, everyone. I am Jessica Ancona, and I'm the acting associate principal at Liverpool High School. Tonight's staff member unfortunately could not be with us tonight, but we would still like to honor and recognize Lindsay Hannes, one of our school counselors. Lindsay's colleagues share the following message about her impact on Liverpool High School. Lindsay is a fantastic school counselor in all aspects. She is a strong advocate for our students, the department, and for simply doing the right thing. She is a great support for her colleagues and for everyone she is surrounded by. Her knowledge is second to none in so many aspects of our profession. Lindsay is one of our master schedulers. She truly is, and is a fundamental part of the success and work of Liverpool High School as a whole, especially of the counseling department. Although she's not here, I know that this is being streamed, and so she can tune in later, so we'll all give her a round of applause to congratulate Lindsay on this well-deserved recognition.
We'll just go for a quick picture, the winners and principals, please.
Families can also come up and take pictures if you'd like, so don't be bashful.
Maybe to the right a little more. Could you get towards the flag, Al? Yeah.
Think up, move down.
Congratulations.
Okay, thank you all. Anyone that was here for the Pools Awards, feel free to go out and take pictures, and I'm sure the principals would take pictures, and you do not have to stay for the rest of our very exciting meeting. Okay. Okay. Anyone that was here for Pools Awards, feel free to leave. You don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting, just so you know. Okay. Okay, we're going to keep going with routine business. 3.1 through 3.13. Number 3.14 is there a motion to approve, acknowledge, and/or accept the routine business items as submitted? Motion by Ms. Brissette, second by Mr. McKeever. Any discussion? Mr. Salazzo?
Yeah, I think we should bring attention to item 3.5. Just say thank you to the teachers and congratulations.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
So for item 3.5 is tenure recommendations. So just to everybody out there, just thank you and congratulations.
Let's wait till it's official.
Eyes are on us now then.
Any further discussion? All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
And congratulations. We're very proud of our tenured staff members. It's an important part of public education and what it means to be an educator who is skilled and talented and has the freedom of speech, freedom of insight and expression in the classroom. So thank you all, and we're looking forward to the next however many years we are honored to have you. So thank you. Next is President's Report. It's going to be very brief because we have a long agenda tonight. Again, congratulations to our tenured employees. There have been lots of things going on in the past few weeks, and so board members, I know your email has been popping off a lot, but please pay attention, and as things come up that I think are important dates, I try to put a Google Calendar invite and add you on all of it so that you at least are aware of it if you can't come. And I think also, I'm going to use this as a time to have the discussion of, we talked about in the past about switching our agenda a little bit so that when there are situations where we know ahead of time that there are people that would like to speak on something or that are here for a specific reason, that we alter our agenda at some point to be respectful to everyone's time and so that people can speak but don't have to be here all night. I think it's time to look at that again and say, how can we do this without upsetting people by changing the agenda on short notice, but also so that people don't have to wait until all hours of the night. So go ahead, Mr. McKeever.
Do you want to just do it? Do you want to just do it now? I mean, not now, but maybe before some of these other.
Yeah, I'm
draft
wondering
calendar
if after
discussion
department
stuff.
update, maybe
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Is anybody going to be upset? I
Does anybody?
seriously doubt.
No, I'm fine with moving it up.
Okay. Let's do a motion. A motion to, would you do a motion to amend the agenda to bring item 6.5 to after 4.5?
Do you want 6.5 or do you want 7.1 along with it?
Let's bring both of them.
Motion to do what he just said.
Okay.
Second.
Second by Mr. Salazzo. Okay, so we will be moving, all those in favor? All hands are raised. So we're going to move 6.5 and 7.1 up to after department update. Look at that. That was great. 4.3, student liaison report. Oh, 4.2, superintendent's report. I'm sorry.
You really want to get through the agenda tonight. I have some very brief comments. I first would like to acknowledge and thank the Liverpool community for the continued support of the school district. The recent budget approval just proves once again that every child in Liverpool has a chance to learn, grow, and thrive because of the unwavering support that taxpayers have for the school district. On behalf of the school community, we are grateful for the positive impact your support and commitment has on the Liverpool community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think there's $100 million in local taxpayer funds that are raised every year, or for this year with the budget. So it's tremendous support for the school district. Just a few shout outs to the schools. High school, we had Amna Mustafa was one of 400 students that was chosen nationwide and selected to be an Amazon Future Engineer. It's quite an extensive an award for her to receive, and we should all be proud that we have a student who met the criteria for this award. Girls Outdoor Track Team, Section 3 champs. And I had the honor and privilege of attending the top 30 breakfast last week at the high school, and it was just a great acknowledgement of the success our students have here, and it was just wonderful to hear of all the colleges that they plan on attending. Really upper tier selection in schools. And then a few department. I just a real quick shout out to both the athletic department and the special ed department for the Olympiad by the pool, another huge success. It involved a lot of students here in Liverpool. To the Fine Arts Department for the Prism 2025 that was held at the Krause-Heinz Theater. I was unable to attend, but everybody told me it was the best Prism show that they've had in a number of years. And then as the president said, there's so many events that are taking place that if you have an opportunity to try to get out and attend one, it's always an honor and privilege to sit and watch the accomplishments of our students and teachers, and this is the time of the year to enjoy all those accolades that our kids are receiving. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to add a few more things before we go to student liaison. First of all, Olympiad at the pool was absolutely amazing, as it always is. Many board members were there to take in the day. It's just, it's a showcase of the best of us in what we do when we lift each other up, and it needs to happen as frequently as we can do it. These type of events and opportunities, and everyone that had something to do with it, thank you so much, because you have no idea what it does for both those children, but their families and the community and everyone. So thank you. Prism, I was on cloud nine. I had so much fun. I enjoyed it. I felt like I was in my own by myself in my own little concert. It was great. And I wanted to touch on the awards ceremony before we went down to our student liaisons, because both of our student liaisons were awarded in our annual awards ceremony, where we give out awards for almost every single grade and class and different elective and all of the things that go on. And there are college awards and scholarships and awards from state government agencies and military agencies. And so rather than say the wrong awards, I will allow both of them to say what they were awarded with. But this may or may not be our last meeting with our student liaisons. I'm not sure if you were planning on being here June 23rd. We hope maybe you will consider being here, because we have some special things for you that we weren't able to get for tonight, but that we still would like to give with you and celebrate with you. So if you are able, please still come on June 23rd. If not, we'll get them to you anyways. But I'll turn it over to you, and if you wouldn't mind just telling a little bit about what you are planning on doing next year with your Liverpool education and what awards you won.
Okay, so hi, I'm Eliana. I hope you guys know me by now. I received 2 awards. The first one I received was a New York State Senate award, and it was for youth leadership, and that was an award that my teachers had to nominate me for, and I was very fortunate to receive that. And then the other award I was nominated was actually a military award. I don't plan on going into the military. I have a lot of respect for the military, so I'm not exactly sure how that happened, but I am entirely grateful for it. And it was for music excellence, so yeah.
From the Marine Corps, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations.
I don't know how it happened, but I'm very grateful.
And what are your plans for next year?
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. So I will be attending the University of Rochester to study psychology. And actually a little thing about Miss Hannis, I got to choose her for like a teacher appreciation type thing. And the day I found out that I got into the University of Rochester was the day of the teacher appreciation. So I got to tell her there. And so that was like a really fun moment I got to have with her. I love her. She's like amazing.
Go Yellow Jackets. And Krish, what awards did you win and what are you doing next year?
So first, I was there for the top 30, so I was in the top 30 of the graduating class. I also got the scholarship for academic excellence, and then the Letitia James Award. And then next year, I'll be attending Binghamton, studying biology on the pre-med track.
Wow. I venture to say that at least we didn't have a boring year for you this year to sit on the school board. So I hope you enjoyed it. It certainly was wonderful to have you with us. And I also hope you take the experience and pay it forward by making sure you stay involved in whatever community you're in, whether it's at school or afterwards, and know that the people who show up are the people that make a difference. So, and you're here and you show up and you make a difference. So if you have anything else for a liaison report, go ahead and we'll.
Yeah, we just have a few of the last events and stuff, just like some dates and stuff. But first, the National Art Honor Society just had their induction. There were 20 inductees, which is amazing. I hadn't heard of the National Art Honor Society at any other schools except for ours, so the fact that we have 20 inductees, I think is just amazing. Second, the senior breakfast and ball is on June 13th. The breakfast, of course, will be in the morning, and then the ball will be at the Marriott later in the evening. And then graduation, of course, is June 26th at the Expo Center. A few more things I have. I'm sorry that the dates aren't in order. The symphonic band concert is going to be on June 5th at 7 p.m. at the high school. It's the last concert of the year, and I believe the last concert for all of the music department, aside from this next thing I'm getting to on June 14th, is the Fine Arts Hall of Fame induction and senior celebration. We're going to have, I believe, a few small performances at that. But yeah, that's all I have.
So on June 6th, we have the senior trip to Hershey Park, which is this Friday. Dollars for Scholars, the award ceremony is on June 10th, where $200,000 in scholarships will be given out to students. Later this month, we have the Let's Not Meet by Accident and Mock Crash, which is in partnership with Upstate Trauma, which educates students about the dangers of distracted, impaired, and reckless driving. And then on June 25th, we have the Senior Walk, which seniors go to elementary and middle schools, which they attended.
Great. Thank you all so much. Any questions for liaisons? No? Thank you. We appreciate it. Yay. And the reason we were kind of strolling in at 6 o'clock was because the board met and did interviews with 3 candidates for the appointed liaison position for next year. And once again, it was just one of the most enjoyable experiences of the year to sit and talk with these really talented and individuals. So we're looking forward to having them with us next year. We'll make a decision later tonight. Next, we have committee reports 4.4. I'm going to do policy as part of the policy discussion later on in the meeting. So safety committee, though, do we have an update? Mrs. Brissett, Ms. Melnick, and Mr. Jones, whoever would like to report.
I will do it.
Okay, Ms. Melnick.
So we met on May 15th. The first thing that we did was we had a Zoom meeting with, how do you say it? Sick. It's an emergency messaging and alert system, and it was a wearable card system, and it anywhere between, we were looking at possibly setting it up, not this year, but looking for grants to fund that, and it would be for all employees in the district. So that was really cool to see. We had our fire inspection that went well. Everything passed. We had a change of our OCM BOCE safety officer. Paul Smith will now be our, I guess, as of July 1st, Paul Smith will be taking over. Let's see, then we had some updates from the previous meetings. The Liverpool pool reevaluation repairs were complete. The Willowfield flooding incident, the claim is now closed. We have the project updates from Wetzel Road, LHS, and the stadium. The Wetzel Road work is ongoing, interior framing and mechanicals, same as before. LHS stadium paving, fencing, and the work is happening now. Let's see, the LHS kitchen and cafeteria work has started. They did the demo, and they're starting the duct work, and they're gonna, I guess under the bleachers, they're gonna be working too in the stadium. Forgot to put that in there. The second phase of the beautification project. First phase is New York State review and approval. The second phase is design development. So that should be coming up. And then we have our capital outlay project, which is the LHS carpet replacement. The Library and Media Center, some of the 400 rooms will have new carpeting, and that will be done over this summer of 2025. And then everything else looked really well. There was really no updates. I know that grass cutting was an issue because of all the rain we had, so.
Can I just add to that? They were looking into the second radio or the second line for transportation. So that's still in the works, and hopefully that will get moving.
Great.
Just if I could, I wanted to give a shout out to Ms. Dolson, who I've been working with to try and find additional revenue streams through grants through the state and our legislators just thank you for taking on that addition, and of course, Ms. Ball as well. Thank you for doing that, because I think the presentation that we were shown in terms of the wearable card, I know it sounds very strange to you probably because you didn't see the presentation, but it's this wearable card where literally every member of our staff in the entire district is able to alert administration and possibly alert the police if there's an incident of any kind regarding safety. Of course, that type of system is not cheap, as you can imagine, but it would add a layer of security and cut down on response time to, God forbid, anything happening in our schools. And it just seems like a no-brainer. And like I said, I just wanted to thank our partners in the administration for helping to get those funds. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we will be successful with that, because that's, like I said, it'll be a game changer.
And it's been used in situations where there were real threats. So I'm glad that we could do that. Thank you. Anything else? No? Okay. We will go on to Department Update 4.5. We have grades 9 through 12 instructional programs update led by Brianna O'Brien, executive principal, and the 9 through 12 principal team. And I know they could speak for 3 hours, but we'll give them about 15 minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, President Blaney, and good evening, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to present an update on Liverpool High School's programs and pathways. As you know and have seen, Liverpool High School is a busy place with so much to offer our students and our staff members. So to help streamline tonight's presentation, I've provided you each with a folder of materials and resources that include information about our team that you see up here, as well as data from this year and previous years, recent publications, and our course offerings. It's our hope that these materials will further showcase the incredible achievements, opportunities, and environment we've established, and we invite you to review them when you have time. Before we move into our presentation, I would like to have each member of the principal team introduce themselves. I will start with Mrs. Ancona to my right.
Thank you, Mrs. O'Brien. Good evening, everyone. As Ms. O'Brien mentioned, I am Mrs. Ancona, well, Jessica Ancona, and I have proudly served the Liverpool community for the last 6 years. This year, I had the honor of serving as our acting associate principal at the high school, overseeing our building operations and our CTE and counseling departments. And prior to this year, I proudly served as the principal of Liverpool Elementary for 5 years.
Good evening. My name is Christine Wood. I am the 12th grade principal. I have been part of the Liverpool community for over a decade. I began as a special education teacher, and then Liverpool has given me a wonderful opportunity to enter into administration, and I've been fortunate enough to have the experience this year. The departments that I work with and support directly are math and social studies.
Hello, everyone. I'm Stuart Smith. I've also been at in the district for several years. I came in 2017. I've served as a French teacher and also an ENL teacher. Following that, I was fortunate to obtain an internship for my administrative degree, at which point I moved into my current role, which is the 11th grade principal. I oversee the special education department, teaching assistants, and also the psychologist.
Good evening. I'm Liz Acey. This is my 17th year in the district. I have spent 3 of those, the last 3, as a grade level principal, and before that I was a phys ed teacher. Currently, I am the 10th grade principal. I oversee the science department, phys ed, health, and teacher aides.
Hello, I'm Jordan Stereo. I started in the district in 2015 as a science teacher at Liverpool Middle School. I made my way up to the high school in 2022. As the 9th grade principal, and now I'm back here as the 9th grade principal this year. I'm the go-to for English, world language, ENL, social workers, and librarians.
And I would also like to briefly acknowledge and thank our Liverpool High School staff in the audience. I will quickly shout you out. I don't think I'm going to miss anybody, starting with Mrs. Colella, who is Miss Colella, one of our English teachers at the high school, Dr. Ledwith, English teacher and department chair at the high school. I saw Miss Ludke, our Dean of Students, one of our 2 deans, Mr. Valentine and Mr. Nicholas, 2 of our communication arts teachers at the high school, Miss Callie Goss, special education teacher, Miss Woodard, social studies teacher, Miss Heather King, reading teacher and 504 coordinator, Miss Finelli, science teacher. Did I miss anyone? I think I've got you all. Thank you so much, high school staff, for being here with us tonight. Yes, huge round of applause. Before we move any further, I would like to continue by sharing the mission, vision, and values that ground us in our work every day. Our mission is to empower and support all students to reach their full potential. And our vision is a collaborative community for the success of all of our students. We stay grounded in these values, and we would like to highlight how each of these values come to life every day at Liverpool High School.
Okay, so our first of our 3 core values, let me try that again. The first of our 3 core values at Liverpool High School is environment. At LHS, we strive to create a school environment where all students and staff feel welcomed, seen, and supported, because that's the foundation for success. I'd like to shine a light on just a few of the things that bring this value to life. We have the Everyday Counts initiative, which is our daily student recognition initiative that reinforces importance of consistent attendance, and it is a key part of our work to reduce chronic absenteeism. Our LHS Food Pantry, which is led by ELA teacher Shannon Lasher and supported by generous staff donations, has served over 50 families so far this year through weekly food deliveries. Social worker Jen Pruzanowski manages our clothing closet, which offers coats, hoodies, backpacks, you name it, for any student at any time. Through Becca's Closet, our family and consumer science teacher, Kate Bateman, helps provide free formal wear to students in need. Our student support team delivered Skills for Success lessons this year to our 9th graders through academic advisement, and we also had class meetings for grades 9 through 12, which reinforce all of our values, our school mission and vision. And finally, under the leadership of social worker Amelia Scott and social studies teacher Andrea Kearns, we have 21 students who participate in the community-wide dialogue. These efforts help create a school where students feel safe, supported, and connected. When we meet their basic needs and listen to their voices, they're more likely to show up, engage, and succeed.
All right, and I'll focus on our second value, which is opportunity. One thing that we do at LHS, and that we do very well, if I might add, is that we provide all of our students with a variety of opportunities. These are only a few of the opportunities, obviously, that we have. At LHS, our mission and vision truly come to life through the diverse academic, artistic, athletic, and service opportunities. And these are opportunities that empower our students to grow, to lead, and also to excel. And I'm happy to share a few details and highlight a few of those opportunities of each of those. So for example, this year, we've actually had 36 students receive the Seal of Biliteracy distinction. Liverpool represented during the Seal of Biliteracy presentations the diversity of our school community, presenting in 11 different languages. Our Dollars for Scholars continues to provide seniors with scholarship opportunities, and this year Dollars for Scholars has awarded nearly over $150,000, and that equates to 189 scholarships. We continue to partner with area colleges and universities, and we offer more than 30 college and dual enrollment courses. And currently this year, we have over 700 students taking either AP college courses. This past November, our National Honor Society inducted over 160 students, and our Key Club maintains about 50 active members each year who participate in volunteer opportunities, and those are opportunities that happen not only within our district, but also into our community. We continue to offer over 60 clubs and activities for our students with a variety of interests after school. And I'd also like to highlight that we have over 30 athletic programs, including our unified sports teams in both bowling and basketball. And lastly, our fine arts programs serve over 900 students, with over 100 students this year selected for either all-county and/or all-state festivals. These opportunities continue to reflect the vibrant and inclusive opportunities and experiences that we offer at LHS. And I'd like to pass it over now to Mrs. Wood, who will talk about our third value.
So tonight I would like to speak about the achievements that we have accomplished. LHS continues to provide students with enriching academic opportunities and recognitions that highlight both academic and preparedness for the future success of our students. One such achievement is the Seal of Civic Readiness, with Missy Paventi, a dedicated social studies teacher, playing a pivotal role in guiding students through the necessary requirements. This year, we anticipate recognizing over 100 students with this distinguished honor. Our career and technical education programs, both in-house and through external partnerships, further prepare students for college and career pathways, giving LH students a competitive edge. In May, we recognized and celebrated over 200 students with awards presenting departmental, college book awards, to name a few. In response to the thoughtfulness and persistence advocacy of our math department, we've updated our math course sequence to better align with regional districts and support students' developmental readiness. Additionally, our science teachers have been instrumental in implementing the new New York State science standards, including approving a new textbook to ensure our curriculum reflects current expectations and prepares students for the future. Thank you.
All right, now, because of course, as Mr. Blaney mentioned, we could be here all night, so we tried to put everything from this year into this presentation and into just one quick minute to celebrate the year that we've had. This video that you're about to see was created by one of our communication arts students at the high school, and I will share a little bit more about that in just a moment. I'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to Communication Arts CTE student Abby Phillips for creating that 1-minute highlight reel for us. And as well, thank Mr. Nicholas and Mr. Valentine for their leadership with our Communication Arts students. They provide so much of what we do to showcase here tonight. A lot of what you see in your folders was helped and created by our students. And so just a quick shout out to them and a big thank you to Abby. And now we'd like to shift into some of our data highlights for the year. In the fall, I shared our building goals, and now we'd like to share our progress and how we are achieving those goals, starting with our CTE pathway enrollment goal.
So in your folders, there's a number of pieces about Liverpool High School, and one of them is about our 6 CTE programs that we offer at Liverpool High School. So there are on-site programs that provide our students with hands-on and career-aligned opportunities. Whether our students choose to go off to college or enter the workforce or whatever venture they choose, they are well prepared for success beyond high school. As you heard earlier, we have three values at Liverpool High School. And all 3 values align to our first strategic plan goal. which is to increase the number of students enrolled in the CTE pathway by 10%. Our programs have experienced a steady increase each year, which reflects our students' level of interest, the hands-on opportunities that we offer, and the dedication of our CTE teachers. We'd like to take a moment to thank them. I know we have a few here in the audience tonight. Again, Mr. Nicholas and Mr. Valentine, for the outstanding commitment that our CTE teachers have to our programs. They're absolutely amazing, they're talented, and it's really much to their credit of what we offer in our CTE programs today. So I'd like to thank each of you. So in addition to the on-site programs that we have at Liverpool High School, we also offer a wide range of CTE pathways through our partnership with BOCES. This means that we offer numerous opportunities to explore programs that align with their individual strengths, their interests, and future goals, whether they are on-site at Liverpool or at BOCES. The number that you see here reflects our total CTE enrollment. This means our BOCES students and our Liverpool students combined. As you can see, the number has steadily increased over the years, which speaks to the value our students place on the CTE opportunities, and most importantly, our students that complete our CTE pathways, they earn a CTE endorsement on their diploma, which we have many students graduating later this month, proudly having that seal on their diploma. And it's an important credential that sets them apart in college admissions and the workforce. Our next strategic plan goal aligns directly with our value of achievement, specifically by raising the percentage of courses passed from June 2024 to June 2025 by 5%, and increasing the percentage of Regents exams passed by 10%. While we do not yet have our Regents data for this year, we have many students that will be taking them in June, later this month, we are encouraged by the upward trend we've seen in our course pass rates over the last 3 years. As you can see, in June 2022, we had a 70% pass rate. The following year, a 75% pass rate. And just last year, we increased to a 79% pass rate. We anticipate that this will only continue because of the work of our professional learning teams. One of our focuses this year with our professional learning teams is using student data at the center of our conversations, not just to track performance, but to inform our instruction, adjust our practices, and respond to student learning. We recognize that the key to continuously improving student learning is through meaningful teacher collaboration. Now I'd like to highlight the work of our professional learning teams. Actually, before I do, I know that there are some members of our guiding coalition that are here that really have served as teacher leaders at Liverpool High School. So if you'd like to wave or stand up, our guiding coalition members, if you could just show who you are. I see you. Dr. Ledwith, Mrs. Finelli, Mrs. Goss. There truly has been real momentum across Liverpool High School this year with our professional learning teams. And that's really the credit of our teacher leaders, some of whom that you see right here in the audience. We listened closely at the start of the school year of what our teams need, and we responded by providing the most valuable resource, time to collaborate. So this investment allowed teams to engage in meaningful dialogue about student learning and stay focused on their team goals. As I mentioned, we also worked intentionally to empower our teachers to lead other teachers. When teachers work together and share their best practices, growth happens. So in these photos, you'll see some examples from this year of our teachers leading and collaborating together. So the first photo down bottom left, you'll see Mrs. Obadia. Each month we have PLT spotlights in which our teachers, they share their best practices. They share what's working in their classrooms that have resulted in improved student learning. She's very proud there. She's smiling. I don't know if you can see her, but as a result of her team collaboration, they increased social studies scores on assessments by 12%. And indeed, that is a feat because of their collaboration. The next photo that you see at the very top left, teachers leading teachers, teachers leading professional development workshops on our PLC half days. They're completely designed by them. On the right, you'll see cross-collaboration opportunities where departments are collaborating across departments. Again, sharing best practices so that our students benefit. This has been powerful work at Liverpool High School, and we are proud, and I know that I say this collectively, we are so proud of our Guiding Coalition leaders and all of our teaching teams for the work that they have done this year. And we'd also like to thank the board for your continued support. Without your support, this growth certainly could not have happened, so thank you. And I'd like to pass it to Ms. Acey with our next strategic plan goal.
Thank you, Mrs. Ancona. So at this point, it is evident that we are grounded in our values at LHS. And the only way for our students to thrive in those values is to be in our building. Last year, we heard from our teachers that student attendance was the #1 problem that they were facing. And although it is not unique to Liverpool High School, we are proud to celebrate and highlight a few things from LHS this school year. So our third strategic goal is focus on attendance. As of today, our daily attendance rate has increased from 90.88% to 92.32%, which we are very proud of. The other part of our goal is directly related to our chronic absenteeism. Chronic absenteeism is missing more than 10% of the school year, which equates to 18 school days. We ended last school year with 31.5% of our students chronically absent. That's about 670 students who were chronically absent, which is more than an entire grade level at Liverpool if you look at it that way. That missed more than 18 days of school, which directly relates to how much learning they're missing out on. Oh, I got this. Okay, so now let's take a look at our chronic absentee data from this year. With all of our efforts, looking at the 24-25 school year, you will see a steady decrease in the number of students chronically absent to date. Our last marking period was at 20% chronically absent, and this work we are incredibly, incredibly proud of compared to our 31.5% at the end of last school year. Again, this is to date, so that was our third marking period, but we're incredibly hopeful that that number will be significantly lower at the end of the year than that 31.5%. Forgot about that. Jordan added that arrow for me. Forgot about it. Okay, let's talk about how we got here and how we got these results. First, as you know, we adjusted our attendance policy coming into this school year. In addition to our new attendance policy, we posted signs throughout the building with our everyday counts and also our 22 to graduate, hoping that the message really hit home that there's a direct correlation between being in school and student achievement. We also created postcards for students every 5 weeks for any student that was at that chronically absent mark. That includes, just so everyone knows, that does include unexcused and excused absences, okay, when we talk about our chronic absenteeism. So every 5 weeks, that bottom left-hand corner, we handed out those everyday counts postcards for anyone that was at that chronic absentee rate. Halfway through the year, we implemented our everyday counts announcement, which was recognizing 3 students per day to come down to the office to be recognized. And with all that being said, we really think the most significant factor impacting student attendance was the increased awareness and ongoing conversations about its importance with both staff and the students in our building. By prioritizing attendance in our messaging, our class meetings, and our daily interactions, we were able to foster a more intentional culture around showing up consistently. Although we are celebrating our achievements tonight, we know the work is not done, and we will continue to work hard to get students into classrooms next year and for many years to come. And now I'm going to pass it back to Mrs. O'Brien.
Thank you, Ms. Acey, and thank you to the principal team. We, of course, would like to end with the biggest celebration of all, which you heard from our liaisons as well as our principal team. This is our 2020 class of 2025, who we will be celebrating in just a few weeks at the Expo Center on June 26th. We'll have about 518 graduates walk the stage that night, signifying their successful completion of Liverpool High School. This group has worked incredibly hard for the past 4 years, and we are looking forward to celebrating their success in just a few weeks. At this time, we will take any questions that you may have. Hopefully we were okay on your time, or you can email us questions. Up to you, President Blaney. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Any questions for tonight? No? I'm sure we all have little questions that will come up over time, and we'll communicate with you, and we appreciate it. This is quite a cohesive team and substantial improvements to see, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so based on the amended agenda, we have number 6.5, 2025-2026 TOSAs and MTSSTAs. So this came after people started reaching out to board members about certain situations, and so I said, let's add a topic to the agenda for it, based on all of the board members who sent in saying they wanted a topic on the agenda for it. And I said, I think there's some discussion that can happen here in public session, and then there's some discussion that's going to happen in executive session, because it inevitably identifies particular individuals, particular employees, which it, of course, is against our rules. So I'm not sure who wants to start. I'll start by saying we always appreciate when we get messages from the public, because it helps us do our jobs better, our volunteer jobs, when we hear about what people want to see or what they're concerned about in our schools and in our community. And I think every single person up here takes those messages extremely seriously, and we try to take the time to go through them with care and to inform us. It's very easy to throw people under the bus, right? Or to throw somebody under the bus. We're not going to do that tonight. There are budgetary concerns that are larger than Liverpool, and so there are going to be districts going through budget issues like this and other ones for years to come, and so there's tough decisions that are involved, and I appreciate our BAT team, our budget advisory team, that made some of those tough decisions this year. And then it's on us really as a board to find out what is in that budget, and even if it's not completely shown to us as clearly as we might have liked, we have to be the ones that are responsible for finding that out somehow and deciding whether that's what we want or not. And so, first of all, I want to thank everyone. I now know exactly what an MTSSTA does. And I think there are other board members that would like to discuss on it. We're not going to be able to solve everything, but we might be able to improve the situation. So who would like to start? Mr. Jones?
Sure. Just to echo what you said, and thank you to everyone who wrote to us. I believe I sent a response to every single one of you, if you are here. Obviously, the time that you took to put into these emails was significant. They were very heartfelt, and as Mr. Blaney said, the only way that we know about issues that we know about the challenges that you're facing is to hear directly from you. So this was very eye-opening. And I can say that even before some of the emails, it just didn't make sense to me that we would endeavor to balance our budget by removing adults from the classroom that have such a huge impact on our students. And I can tell you that I'm happy that we are having this conversation. I know that we're going to go into executive session to have a more detailed conversation, but I can tell you personally that I'm going to do everything I can, and I know that many of my colleagues are, to try to see what can be done to make sure that those supports aren't removed from our kids, because they're crucial, right? Just a few meetings ago, we were told about all of the amazing progress that was happening at our K through 5 levels. And anyone who has spent any time in one of those classrooms know that a lot of that is thanks to the MTSS TAs and the supports that they provide and the pullout groups and the added attention. I shudder to think of what the result will be if we take away so many of those. So I'm glad that we're having this conversation, and I'm looking forward to hopefully finding a solution that's not going to have an adverse impact on our kids.
Mr. McKeever? And then Mr. McKeever, then Mr. Salazzo, Ms. Chilbert.
Yeah, I mean, well said, Mr. Blaney, Mr. Jones. Loud and clear is all I really want to say. I think Ms. Melnick pegged it at 50 emails, something like that. I did not count, I will admit, but it was a large number. And yeah, and there's more people I know who didn't email but are here tonight or are watching or have been commenting online. We're talking about 3 to 4 to 5x the number of positions that we're talking about, which tells me that it's not just people concerned with their own roles. It's not people who are looking out for themselves. It's people who are concerned about the kids and concerned about student-facing support. And so that's one that I think it's easier to take very seriously when you receive that type of feedback, is parents and teachers who rely on help from those TAs. We talked about our BAT process becoming a year-round thing rather than, you know, a few years ago it would be a last-minute blitz, approve this or else we're all going to die. Now we're trying to make it a year-round collaborative exercise that involves our teachers' unions and our area leadership. Well, here we are. This is what year-round looks like. It's June 2nd, and we're already off and running for next year, right, of figuring out how we're going to allocate these scarce, relatively scarce local and state dollars. Right now, we're kind of trying to juggle between one half of the equation is MTSS TAs, the other half is special ed, where we also have significant need and legal mandates to fulfill. And right now, the plan is to divert a lot of those positions, or some fraction of those positions, to special ed TAs, which we also just can't do without. And so I guess the question is that we have to figure out as we kick around here is this really an either or is there somewhere else where we could get creative so that it doesn't become an either or between MTSS TAs and special ed TAs? And so I don't know what the solution looks like. I can't promise that we're going to be able to fix everything tonight, but I do feel confident that we're going to go back and sharpen our pencils and see what we can come up with. We did it a few weeks ago with the classroom size discussion when we got sort of the first draft from the BAT team. This is BAT 2.0, June 2nd. I mean, we're underway, okay? So mark it down that this is the first day of discussing for the next year's budget cycle, you know, that we're going to ask you to vote on next May. But, you know, I'm a K-5 dad too. I've got a kindergartner, I've got 2 more in the years to come. Like, the quality of education that my kids are going to enjoy directly depends on what kind of supports that are in those classrooms. I've got skin in the game here, and I'm invested in making sure we get this right. So thank you again for taking the time to show up and show out and to email us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Salazzo and Mrs. Chilbert.
Yeah, thank you. Just to echo what Mr. McKeever said, you know, I have a daughter who's in 1st grade, and you know, so I also have skin in the game, and I can speak from personal experience that the education and the help that she received from MTSS TAs was great for her in kindergarten and the things that, you know, she was struggling with both in and outside of school. I know we talked about with MTSS in the reduction and that we could potentially supplement with other resources. Well, I can tell you that, like, in particular resources that she needed outside of MTSS, it was 3 months from when the teacher reached out to that resource for the initial contact to be made, another 2 months after that before my daughter actually met with that resource. 5 months total. And now we're talking about but in that 5 months, that interim, these MTSS TAs help bridge that gap. So I have the utmost respect for what you all do. And as my colleagues have said, I hope that we can find some sort of solution. But just to everybody that wrote, my count was somewhere around 52 emails and about 80 signatures in total. I got lots of texts, lots of phone calls. And I really do appreciate it because, it was stuff that I was aware of, but obviously having the information, seeing the data, seeing, that it's not just something that, we saw on one Facebook post. It's something that is coming directly from the people. Like as Mr. McKeever said, it makes it very easy to take it serious and to have a serious discussion on it. And I hope that everybody who is here tonight walks away thinking, knowing that we are taking this very seriously and we're doing our best to figure out what that best solution is. And then one other thing that I want to mention is that in my professional life, I work in change management as a change management expert, and one of the things that we strive for is not just transparency, but in that rollout period when you're rolling out something new, something that's going to impact a lot of people, is how you survey your stakeholders, how you set up a timeline, and how you actually roll out that timeline, and making sure that everybody who's not only a part of rolling that out, but everybody who's impacted is fully informed of what's coming forward, so that it's not rushed. So it doesn't feel like we only had a week to think about things. And I want everybody to understand that the way that things have transpired is also not taken lightly. It's going to be a part of discussions as well. And your voices were heard loud and clear, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swagler. Mrs. Chobert?
Okay. So I'm a believer if I'm going to bring something to you, then we have to kind of have a solution at the same time. That's just how I think, instead of just throwing it out there, this is a problem, which we all know because, like he said, 52 emails at least, plus many more signatures as people teamed up. So what I saw was there's a giant disconnect in the BAT format, the way it's created. And I started thinking about it, and I said, it's almost like the BAT is operating as our Senate does. Not getting political. I'm just telling you, as social studies teachers, hopefully you can see what I'm talking about. They're kind of operating as a Senate. We need more of a House of Representatives. So we talk about how Alpha, the teachers union, was part of BAT. But Alpha represents over 1,000 people, and they only got 2 votes at the table. So when you look at it that way, our teachers are our largest group of employees for this district. And yet on the BAT committee, all we had was 2 people voicing that voice, fighting that fight. You're going to lose every time. So as Mr. McKeever called it BAT 2.0, and here we are starting early, I'm hoping that the BAT committee will think about this, because the way it's set up isn't fair, right? We need teachers' voices, and tonight I heard the best quote of the night when we talk about our PLCs. Now, for the past 2 years I've been on this board, and that's all I hear about is PLCs, and I've really learned about them. I was actually gifted a book on them last year and loved it, because what was the quote that we just heard tonight? Teachers working together share the best practices, and growth happens. So if we don't have our biggest resource on this committee, this would have never happened. So as a solution next year, I think we need more teachers on BAT, because that's how it happens. I mean, this is what they said today. Teachers leading teachers. That's what it should be, because if teachers were leading teachers, I don't think we would have been in this position today, because we would have heard from the teachers how much they need the MTSS, so many acronyms, and our special education. I get both. We need both. And more of our students that are coming up on us have even higher needs than what we've ever seen. You know, now I don't have young children anymore, but I represent the older part of the board. I remember when teachers used to teach STEAM in their classrooms. Like, kids did rocket clubs, we didn't have a separate program that we got to block people out of because some kids couldn't sit in their seats. That's one of my, pet peeves with some of our programs, is we're eliminating all children from participation. But when you look at our older teachers, don't want to call my husband old, but like, I used to go to rocket launchers. I used to go to dropping eggs off the buildings. That was what teachers got to do. That's what teachers got to, how they got to engage their kids. I'm not a fan of iReady. Everybody knows it on the board. They laugh at me all the time. But, they're like, oh, here she goes. But our kids are on iPads all day. Well, we need these MTSS teachers, because if they all go to special ed, and yes, we need more one-on-ones for special ed, and this is where the budget discussions come in, because, right, of course we want it all, but the MTSS they do that. They pull that small group of kids out into the hall, into the, a classroom. I know there's, I could go on for hours, so I don't want to wreck you, because I hear you middle school math people, so that's going to be coming too. I hear what you're saying. But I just think that there's a problem in the way we do BAT. I think we have to look at it more as a House of Representatives, not the Senate. I think we need fair representation in the BAT committee. Like I said, we heard it tonight. We heard it from the high school saying teachers working together are our best resource. I bet if 50 teachers got together tomorrow, you could figure out how we should do this problem. I'd bet money on it, because I know that that's what you're good at. You're good at problem solving. You're good at helping the kids that need that extra boost, because that's my fear. If we don't have the MTSS, more kids are going to fall through the cracks, which then by the time they get to 3-5, it's going to be even bigger. And by the time they get to middle school, I can't even picture what 3 years down the road's going to look like. You've heard me say it before. So I'm really hoping that the conversation starts tonight. We do hear you. And I personally am for you. I can't speak for anybody else. But you were heard loud and clear. So with your emails, I'm hoping that the BAT as it is today might welcome some of you aboard, because I think we do need more collaboration between special ed and the MTSS, because really that's what it's all about. It's about collaboration, so our students, Liverpool students, get the absolute best education they have, which brings back like Education 2020. I think we have to look into that, because that was the promise of Education 2020, was that we were gonna bombard K2 with all these special things, and then we were gonna be golden. We're not golden, right? So we need some help. You guys need some help. So I do appreciate each and every one of you for voicing your opinions. I know that that's really hard, but that's also I know that it's a big problem, because people that don't usually say anything are saying things. And so I hope your voices are heard. And if they're not being heard, if you're not hearing things are changing, because your boots on the ground, you have to let us know again. Because now we got administration on this side of the room, they're listening. So now you have to let us know, is it working? And what else we can do if you have solutions, because I don't think we can just complain about a problem. I think we have to come up with some solutions as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Brissett and then Ms. Melnick.
I have to say that I am not surprised that we are here. On 5 different occasions, I asked for the teacher survey. I wanted to hear and read what you guys wanted, and I was denied 3 times in public and twice in meetings. So I'm not surprised. But what we need to do is put our budget where these students are. Oops, sorry. This money belongs to the students. Doesn't belong to anyone else. We're just gonna go backwards if we don't change this. And I know that we have grants, and I know there's general fund money, but if this MTSSTA program is such a success, like we see, we got the data, then we need to put our money there. We need to change these grants to support this. And I would love to see the survey.
Ms. Melnick.
As my colleagues have all stated, we received 50 plus emails. I've received texts also, just like the rest of them, phone calls, people knocking on my door. These emails and the people reaching out, we're sharing data, progress monitoring, which as a special education teacher, huge, thank you for that. They were sharing what the daily schedule is of the TAs, the positive impact that these TAs have on all of their students. I guess my question is where does removing the MTSS TAs align with the stated BAT team priorities? At the May 8th public hearing presentation, slide 4, budget team priorities, first bullet was adequate staffing. How can we stand by and allow this to happen when we are seeing the success and it's working? Why would we change it?
Okay, so doing some quick math, 17 times we generally use 75,000 as a general number for the entire cost of employing a teaching assistant of any kind. It's just an average. That's 1.275 million. So that is the number around that we would have to find in other places in order to still make the 2 sides of the budget work. The budget has now been approved by the voters. We, of course, can authorize budget transfers at different times. But I think we now have to go back and discuss in a little more granular detail where we're at with these certain positions so that we're respectful of each of our school communities. We're not giving something to one school that we're not doing to another, but that we're also being smart about where we're putting our resources, and where things are working or where we need extra help, we want to make sure that the help is there. I'm sure that members of the administration would want to give more explanation and to talk more about this with us, and so they have given quite a bit of information by email. I think now it's time to go and later and over the next week talk about where we find that money or where we find, I don't know, new values, new priorities, I don't know. Is there anything else on that right now before we hear from public communications and go forward a little bit?
Just one thing.
Mr. Salazzo, yep.
Yeah, I just, you mentioned, we're talking about tonight and potentially throughout the week. I'm just looking at the timeline. I know that certain positions were given a date to respond by in regards to some of these positions.
They canceled.
It wasn't canceled. It was pushed to Friday. So
So the board directed the administration to pause this requirement of having to put in your, whether or not you would want to be an MTSS or would want to become a SPED TA instead of MTSS. That had been moved to this Friday.
Should that potentially be changed, given if we're not going to, if we don't resolve it tonight, we're not meeting for 2 weeks. I'm just concerned that people are going to be put in a position when they don't have an answer from us.
Any thoughts on that, Mr. Nolan?
I think we should have a conversation.
Okay. So that is that's potentially going to be extended based on whatever the discussion is here tonight. Go ahead.
Would we motion after? Like, could we make a motion to extend that? Because
You can make yeah, we can do a motion after later. Yeah.
because I mean,
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us all spoke that we want more information. I don't think they should have to do it by Friday.
So let's have the discussion though, and then if you want to after make a motion, and somebody can, if somebody wants to second, they can second, and then we'll take a vote like we do. Okay, so we will go on though to 7.1. This is public communications. We have 5. Here there. We have 5 blue sheets. Let me just pull up the disclaimer here. As you probably all know, we give 3 minutes by board policy. If you could try to stick to 3 minutes, I'd really appreciate it, because I really hate having to cut people off when they're giving great stuff. So please, if you could try to stick to 3 minutes, and I'll try to give you a little reminder towards the end, and please don't be offended by it. It's just what we have to do. So the disclaimer: the Board of Education welcomes comments from the public at its meetings, but also needs to ensure that this privilege is managed such that the board can complete its agenda. For that reason, the board has adopted a policy of comments by the public to the board that sets aside 15 minutes during each board meeting, with a 3-minute per person limit unless extended by the board. A copy of the policy is available online and public inspection at the meeting. Community members wishing to speak during the public communication portion of the meeting are asked to fill out a request to speak form and give it to the board clerk before the meeting. If a community member wishes to speak about a particular student or staff matter, this is not the appropriate format. Concerns should be directed to the interim superintendent of schools by calling 622-7125 or by email to bnolan@liverpool.k12.ny.us. So, first up we have Beth and Robert Craver. Topic or questions: special education concerns and recommendations. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Craver.
Good evening.
We might need like 4 minutes, Mr. Blaney.
4 minutes, promise.
good.
All right, so I wrote this, so you're gonna have Okay, perfect. Hello, colleagues and professionals. If you don't know me, my name is Beth Craver, and I'm here with my husband, Bobby Craver. We both graduated from Liverpool. Our children attend Liverpool, as do all of our nieces and nephews. And at nearly 80, our parents still live in Liverpool, too. To say we are dedicated to this community is an understatement. We have 3 boys in 3 different buildings, and overall have been pleased with all 3. That being said, we have some serious concerns when it comes to the safety of our son with special needs. We also have concerns about all children with special needs, especially the ones who don't have 2 teachers as parents and deep connections to Liverpool. Our son Judah has Down syndrome and autism. He is 10 years old, nonverbal, and the greatest teacher I've ever known. There have been more than a few occasions where friends and peers in this district have told us about incidents involving our son. These incidents were careless, lawless, and they were not shared with us by administration. This is a problem. You see, when you have a child who is nonverbal, you're stuck in a precarious position of wanting to assume positive intent by competent adults and also needing to be vigilant and protective. When there's not full transparency and parents are not told things, trust falters, and skepticism grows. As educators, we understand the why. We know there's a lack of qualified people, a lack of training, a fear of breaking laws, getting in trouble, getting fired, or even being sued. But this fear-based mentality just keeps everyone on high alert and in defense mode. Instead, we should be collaborating for the good of the kids. Division has recently been encouraged in our country, and so it's a tall ask for collaboration between parents and staff, but it has to happen for our most vulnerable. The largest, most underfunded minority group needs us now more than ever, and pointing fingers will never help that cause. Because of the most recent incident involving our son, other parents and staff have come forward about their own concerns with the special education program at Liverpool. Some of these issues include a lack of compassion and professionalism from department heads, covering up of incidents or omitting telling parents altogether, an eagerness to call CPS on parents is a form of retaliation. Other concerns are a lack of training for the teacher assistants working with medically complex kids, suspension or sending kids home before following the behavior plan, and administrative stifling. If a children cannot articulate the components of their day, it's crucial to have access to all adults in the building for a full picture. A parent should be able to talk to the custodian if they feel it helps them understand their child's regulation. This is not what's happening, and the things that are happening are breaking the law. But as parents, we don't want you to be scared of these laws. We want you to understand why they're in place. A loud space, a change in schedule, a torn nail, a new teacher, a competitive game, a long day, a taken toy. These are some examples of times when our kids in this district could not regulate. These hiccups for a typical child are devastating to children who equate predictability with safety. This is why kids who have special needs must have special accommodations. So where do we go from here? Well, first, to echo the words spoken right here just a few months ago by Mike and Josie Murphy, we need transparency. We've got to have educators painting an actual portrait of our children. They are not doing any good by hiding things. For one, it skews data. When important clues are omitted, it's impossible to develop a plan moving forward, as we just saw, actually, in real time. Also, behaviors for our non-typical children are communication. They're clues to how things are going. We literally need to know these things to help us decipher what's going on. Ultimately, we are the experts on our children. We hone in on every mark on their body and every inconsistent behavior. We don't necessarily do that because we're afraid someone's hurting our child. We do it because it's the only way to help our children who experience difficulties keeping themselves safe. Cognitive delays, speech issues, high pain tolerance, and more are roadblocks to understanding our children. Small insights are all we have. Also, our wonderful, amazing, underpaid, undervalued teaching assistants need training. Take it from us parents. Unpredictable emotions are exhausting, even when you have the tools in a good relationship. Without these tools, it is just negligence. We need to find money to help these dedicated professionals be successful. Lastly, everyone who works with neurodivergent students should be aware of all their triggers, their favorites, their distractions, their preferences, and their emotions. I feel like the district could easily streamline something so that parents can relay important information to new teachers, substitutes, and alternate TAs. This way, all employees could have access to basic understanding of the children they're working with. Kids with special needs are not going anywhere. In fact, the population of children who need IEPs and 504s are only growing. You would be doing yourselves a huge disservice not to take advantage of this moment. Parents are speaking, teachers are speaking, assistants are speaking, lifelong residents are speaking. We really hope you are listening and are ready to act before someone else gets hurt. And my husband would like to just add a couple things.
Yeah, I just want to add that, going over the board beliefs here, it says that in order to ensure excellence in education, we believe we must, and then the first thing here is to make the well-being of our students the fundamental principle in all decisions and actions. And we just want to make sure that that's what's happening out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Samantha Smith. Samantha, Makey Smith, Mary Smith. I'm sorry. MTSS staff cuts. My eyes are hurting me tonight. Sorry.
That's okay. My name is Samantha Mackey Smith. So last year, I was transferred to Elmcrest to be a 4th MTSS TA because 3 wasn't enough support. So I am here to represent the students that these cuts will leave behind. So imagine it's the first month of kindergarten. One child thinks his ABCs are Paw Patrol characters. He's never been read to at home. He needs someone to sit with him patiently every day. Another child needs you to check his backpack because no one at home does. One needs breakfast because they haven't eaten since lunch the day before. Another just needs an extra hug because they miss their mom and don't know how to say it. Sitting beside them is a classmate whose parents are both teachers who came to school ready to learn. That gap, both cognitive and social, starts on day 1. And without support, it only grows wider. There's the students whose behaviors disrupt their learning and the learning of others, and the one who doesn't quite qualify for an IEP, but is still falling behind. The one who misses benchmark scores, or the one who can't focus because life at home is overwhelming. That's where we step in. One MTSS TA reaches over 70 students a day, which is 280 students being helped by our team every day. Teachers will still tell you that it's not enough. We don't have time to reach every student who needs us. We move every 30 minutes to a new group, meeting with the most vulnerable students to prevent them from slipping through the cracks. Reducing us to half means those struggling lose their lifeline. And then what happens next? An influx of special ed referrals because MTSS is the prevention. A student cannot hit a target that they're too far behind to even see. The work we do is the difference between catching up and falling behind permanently. As a parent, I've seen firsthand my own child went from the 8th percentile in reading to the 48th because of MTSS alone. The student who came to us in 2nd grade at a kindergarten level, within 3 months, she is now on track to move on to the 3rd grade because of the intervention services. I understand that budgets are tight, but cutting MTSS isn't just a number on a spreadsheet. It's a child left behind. Please do not minimize our impact. Because this work, it's not extra, it's essential. So when the choice is saving dollars or saving students, what will we choose? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey Smith. Next, we have Noah Cabri. Cabri, thank you.
But I'm speaking on the importance of when I was in elementary school, they were RTI teachers. Like most people, I don't have many memories from like kindergarten stuff. But if you've seen Inside Out, you know what I was talking about, like core memories, like the memories that like when you think about them, like you remember them no matter what. And like all my memories from kindergarten was my lovely TA, Miss S. Well, first she would. I used to cry a lot in elementary school. It was my thing. I hated it. I thought my mom was gonna leave me at school, and Miss Barry didn't have the time to come sit next to a crying kid. So that was Mrs. S's job. Like she used to sit down and talk to me during my lunches about what was going on, why my days were so awful, and like I'll never forget that. Like it meant the world to me. And I also, it was kindergarten, so I don't really remember all of this, but I remember that it was always Miss S answering kids with questions. She was always the first one to be there, and she enjoyed it. If you had a question, and she did a great job with that. I think that it's very important, these jobs. I would have been miserable the first 2 years of school if there wasn't like X people on top of my teachers helping me and just making sure I was okay. And even academically, like I didn't have an IEP or 504 until 3rd grade, but I was still falling behind those first 2 years. So that's who kept me there. I wouldn't have been there. Who knows? I would have maybe had a stronger 504 if that wasn't. I'm sorry, I went on a tangent, but yeah, that's how I feel. They're very important, and I don't. Lemoyne.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Alexandra Meeker. Miller, sorry, thank you. And just a reminder, we cannot talk about particular employees. So anything, general discussion about whatever the topic is, please.
Messages.
What's that?
Send personal messages on behalf.
You can always send a message to schoolboard@liverpool.k12.ny.us. That only goes to the 9 elected board members, and we review that every day. So you can always put something like that in there. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
So I think maybe Oh, absolutely. Thank you. Sorry. So I would like to actually thank, there's a few teachers here that were with my daughter and who were amazing. So thank you. I think a level of transparency, whoever know me, my name, Alexandra Miller, my daughter, Genevieve Miller, Willowfield 613 program with Ashley Wright. And she was a lovely teacher until very bad things happened. And now my daughter won't be going back to the school. I can't return her. I had a choice between return her to a place where I needed more documents. I asked for them. ECSE meetings I was told not to speak in. When I did try to speak, I was told to stop speaking, and I could only speak when that person allowed it. I was only allowed to reply when she had a question, and I was only allowed to say that. So I'm curious, when we have these issues and I keep on having CSE meetings, why is nothing happening? I'm pretty sure here everybody knows my case with my daughter, at least I've heard you do. I'm not really sure, but it's to the point where Liverpool School District has made me, a parent, so uncomfortable that I have to try to find and speak to other superintendents on what I can do to find my daughter a spot, because right now I'm trying to have CSE meetings to see what classroom can she go in, what would be best for her, and I can't find one. I can't find anything at all. And I think that this district, who I graduated from, I went here, kept buying houses here, loved Liverpool, the special education program, and what is happening here. I could not even imagine why these teachers' aides who do love these children, who do need more training, are not getting it. Why are they not getting it? And when parents come and say, hey, we will provide anything we possibly can to help support you, like I had an ABA therapist, and I said, please, any issue, take them. Why are ABA therapists not allowed in the school? Is there anything we can do to get ABA therapists in school? Can children who need behavioral support because they are neurodivergent get the support they need? And why is it that a parent has to lose absolutely everything and have everything ripped out from underneath her children because of certain people and their vendettas? What I experienced in my CSE meetings were horrific. They were recorded. And I plan on giving every single one of you a recording of it by the end of this meeting. Because I'm disgusted. You've ripped a parent apart who loves her daughter. I'm not sure how many people here know how hard it is to get your daughter or child diagnosed. My daughter, 12 months old, diagnosed. Waited list, jumped them. ABA therapist, 2 years old. 2 years old, ABA program. 5 different therapists coming to my home 4 different times a week each. Now, that's just early intervention therapists. Now I have 5 ABA therapists that also come in during that time. So when a parent comes to you and she does absolutely everything in this world and says, just take care of my little girl and communicate with me, and if there's anything wrong, let me know. Instead, I never got told when my daughter was restrained. My daughter was restrained from a teacher's aide who was not certified. Now, you said I'm not allowed to say certain things, but what that teacher's aide said and how she's going to make these disabled children feel is not appropriate.
I understand.
You know
and,
that.
And here's what I'll say. If and I'm speaking generally, if there were concerns of the type that you are talking about right now, this board would always look for it to be further investigated. And we do not have district council with us tonight, but I assure you that district council would be handling any investigation into any incident of the sort that you are referencing. So I think without breaking any open meetings laws and FERPA laws and all of that, we can assure you that a concern like that would be investigated. And sometimes it takes time for an investigation to occur. But I can tell you, I would understand the concern absolutely if it were my child. And I applaud you for everything that you have done for your child in life, because it's not easy. So I wish I had all the right words to say and all the things to right all the wrongs for everyone in the district, and especially our special ed kids. But I don't. I hope that at least you know this board listens when we hear from people. And we've listened to you tonight, and anytime you want this board to read something or hear something, schoolboard@liverpool.k12.my.us, we read it, okay?
I would just like to say, if you actually, and when the other meetings happen, something happens moving forward to support these disabled children.
Yes,
Because-
I think that can absolutely be a discussion, should be a discussion
How many
regularly
more
in our meetings.
school years does a child have to miss to find a right program that fits her? So this school year, couldn't send her. Next year, can't send her either. So what do we have to do as parents? What can we say to the public today? What can we do to support you to have these things move forward and actually really get done? What do I need to do as a mom to find a spot for my daughter? Because if I give you an ABA therapist and I give you support that the district does not have to pay for, why can't that support come into the classroom and help? Why do we have to fight tooth and nail for everything?
I have your email address, Alex.
amiller229@gmail.com.
Okay. And we will be in touch.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Not easy to do that. Mr. Paul Waterstripe? Strife? I'm sorry, I'm doing bad on names tonight.
Two very simple words, water, stripe.
Stripe, okay.
All right, thank you. Without MTSS, my daughter would be starkly behind her classmates, specifically in reading.
Can you move up to the mic a little?
It's way down here. Let me start over. Without MTSS, my daughter would starkly be behind her classmates in reading, specifically. My thoughts are for the families that will suffer, especially those that can't afford private tutoring. That's all I was going to say, but then you said that they cost about $75,000. I understand with insurance and all that sort of thing. I think you're getting them at a deal. They're making $40,000 a year, roundabouts with insurance. You pay $75,000. I'm a small business owner. Wages have increased about 20%. If I want a new hire, I'm hiring at about 20% more right now. So if you're hiring new people in to figure out what, if you fired them or whatever you're doing with them, and you have to hire new ones, you're going to be paying more for them. So consider that moving forward. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Just do want to make a point that there were no terminations, no jobs cut as part of the budget that we passed. Anything that was disappearing was through attrition. So that was what was actually passed, but obviously there's other discussions that need to go on here. And yes, thank you for clarifying that 75,000. I do not pretend to act like TAs make $75,000 in salary. Not usually. So that's the overall cost for us to employ somebody. All right, request to speak. Angela Gardner. Topic or question, why MTSS TAs are essential. Take your time. We could all use a breather, right? You know?
Okay. Members of the boards and colleagues, thank you for taking the time to hear our concerns tonight. I was a daily substitute starting in 2020, got certified as a level 3 MTSS TA, and was hired by Todd Borsey in November at Chestnut Hill Elementary. All 3 of my children have gone through Chestnut and attended Todd's school. I haven't had the same professional experience as some of my colleagues here. However, I've been on both sides of the education coin as a parent and an educator. I graduated from CNS and have family members and friends all of my life from multiple school districts in the central New York area. I know how hard Liverpool works and the dedication that you guys have trying to do best by parents, students, and employees. I really do. I can assure you our district has put in quite a bit of effort compared to other districts to maintain high academic standards. I am both grateful for as a parent as well as honored to participate in as an educator. I love the drive that Liverpool has had to try to reach kids on all levels and encourage them to excel and make growth no matter what academic level they are at. One thing I've learned professionally is that it takes people, not numbers. Each student requires an individual who is patient, willing to put in the extra work, willing to meet them where they're at, and willing to listen more to find out the best way to reach that student. I can tell you stretching the department to its limits, reducing the number of people able to reach these massive amounts of students that have great needs will have serious consequences. Our MTSS model at CHE has great need, but has also proven effective in the results that we have. I work with a large range of children, both gen ed and special ed, as an MTSS TA, and I love it, and I adore it. If I can speak personally about the growth of some of my students, one, a 3rd grader, came to me reading 17 words per minute. Hated reading, barely could stay in a seat with only 6 other students in the group, is now reading 73 words per minute. Through laborious but gracious conversations about what he finds difficult, encouragement, and assuring him he can improve and laughing with him, he's able to sit, finish the lesson, and has grown exponentially. I truly believe in a classroom of 25 or more, he would have gotten lost and become a statistic. I'm also able to discuss with a team about any other possible processing issues that might come to light that we might be able to refer him for. If we only had one other MTSS TA along with the reading teachers, he would not have been cared for this way because there are so many other students struggling far more than he was. Another student, a young 3rd grade girl, came to me at 59 words per minute. Our program is an extremely comprehensive, code-based reading program that lets us assess students and determine what lessons they may have missed in their time at K-2 classrooms. We are able to deliver targeted interventions based on those assessments, which makes our time with the students intensive but highly effective. And now my student is reading close to 100 words per minute. I had the privilege of doing extensive sub work for a 2nd grade teacher at one of our K-2 buildings a couple of years ago because she had to have foot surgery and was in and out all year. I built relationships with many of those students and have the privilege of being the MTSS TA for them now in the 3-5 building. One of these students came to me as a 3rd grader last year, desperately needing that small group intervention. We continue to give intensive teaching using our program to assess her specific needs and skill building she missed during that time that her teacher was out. Now, as a fourth grader, she's able to move into the classroom, working on comprehension and higher levels of literacy. Naturally, the students were not able to have the consistency and exhaustive teaching their highly seasoned teacher would have been able to give them. She has many gifts and talents, but was unable to do it because of the curveballs thrown at her. I stand before you just recovering from surgery I had myself on Thursday. I am bound and determined, again, against the advice of my colleagues, to rest, to get back in the trenches, as we only have a short time with them left, because their need is great, and I love being with them. We have to find ways to work together to make up the gaps that life creates. And our MTSS model addresses these kinds of gaps, and it is working. Our programs are working. Our MTSS models consistently show that through relationship building, proper assessment, time management, and teaching the right and necessary skills, along with consistency, are absolutely working for the benefit of our students. But we need time and people to do it. As we increased our budget last year, I pray we are using it on programs that have effective methods for increasing the skills and abilities of our students to move forward. This is hard but rewarding work. I pray we truly look at the data and use our budget according to those needs that we have proven effective solutions for. I thank you for your time and ask that you look at the data of the students' growth and effectiveness of our models and the growth and effectiveness our models bring to the educational environment, rather than just looking at the monetary implications. Each student that improves is one more reason to revisit the data and gather more information about what happens in the trenches to educate children, rather than looking at financial numbers that help run a business. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. I know we will take those comments with all of the messages, and we will work on finding solutions together here. So we will go back to the original order here, to policy review and policy notes. I sent, I believe, the board the notes from the policy committee meeting. If you have any questions about that, please let me know. I'm not going to discuss a lot in order to keep us moving. Policy 1220, that's just adding the student liaison piece because it's now state law. Policy 7513 and 7521, there were changes in the language. Those are regarding student medications and health conditions. New policies, there's the notification of disclosure of employee disciplinary records. That's just codifying the law for us. It's a required policy. And policy 5685 is the maximum temperature for school buildings. Proposed new policy. It's a required policy. The committee did ask that at some point in the future we get some information and or presentation from, I believe, O&M on the maximum temperature piece, and student services, I'm assuming, for the medication and health condition piece. But if there are any further questions, you can ask them now, or please email me directly. Okay? Okay. 6.1, these are 4 discussion topics, but they shouldn't take too long. We have annual facilities use agreements. The following agreements are provided for review. These will be moved to action at the June 23rd board meeting. It's Town of Clay and OCM BOCES Food Service. Town of Clay's for the summer camps. OCM BOCES Food Service is, I believe it's the one that allows our kids to use the community eligibility provision. These are standard. We've done them every year. If you have any questions, please let us know.
I just have a question.
Yes.
I don't see Chestnut on here. Like,
For
how
what?
do they break it down
Where?
for the lunches? Looking at the wrong thing here. Do we still provide in all the quadrants?
I'm not sure what you're referencing, to tell you the truth.
For the summer program, the meals?
Oh, summer meals program.
Oh, I'm on the wrong one.
You're on 6.2. Well, let's go to 6.2. Summer food service program. I'm guessing this, gives the sites. And I have to always shout out Mrs. Marchbanks, who does her best always to get as many sites and different options available as we can. I don't see Chestnut. I'm not sure. But we can, why don't we put a question into the administration and see? Okay. All right. Okay. Any other discussions on 6.2? Child meal program? It's great. Anyone under 18, you don't have to show that you live in Liverpool or anything like that. You can just show up at the sites here. Yes. I'm sorry, 18 and under. Yes, not under 18. 18 and under.
Make sure those 18-year-olds get fed.
Absolutely. There we go. 6.3, establish the date of the annual reorganization meeting. State ed law permits a school district's annual organization meeting to be held between July 1st and July 15th. The recommended reorg date is July 1st, 2025. Happens to fall on a Tuesday this year, which is what we usually do for summer meetings, is a Tuesday. This will be proposed for action at the June 23rd board meeting. It is required that we do a resolution establishing a date for the reorg. We're not required to do the meeting schedule until later on, but we might as well take them together here and have the discussion. I went through and put a draft meeting schedule for next year together so that we could get the discussion started on this. And I pretty much stuck to, oh, did they put my notes in here? Oh, you do. I can't log into board docs, so that's okay. So you have the notes of what I did, and if there's any questions, comments, concerns, discussion that you want to have, send it in, and we can talk more. If there's specific dates, I'm not going to be here or something like that, or that you want to discuss moving something, just let me know. I tried to just stick to what we could. Last year we were trying to avoid Town of Salina board meetings, and we don't have that. We don't have to worry about that this year. I just would say I'm going to put out a when is good very soon about a board retreat date, and I know it's going to be hard to find a date, and I know that we will never probably get everybody, and everybody has their vacations and is out of town certain weeks and then ends up being out of town a certain week anyways differently, and so it happens. But we cannot go forward as a board without a board retreat this summer. It has to happen. So that needs to be set, and we will make sure that occurs. Any discussion on 6.3 or 6.4? No? Okay. 7.2, board communications. I don't remember where we started last time. Mr. McKeever?
Just very briefly, I think a lot of us said what we wanted to say about the hot topic tonight, but had the opportunity to walk in the Memorial Day Parade. Mr. Jones and Ms. Downs was there as well. And that was a huge honor to be able to do that, to be able to bring my kids. I don't know that they were the most cooperative candy passer-outers. I think we slowed down the parade by a solid 4 or 5 minutes, but that was a great honor to be able to do that, and thank you to the Liverpool Public Library folks for inviting us to do that. Hopefully we can continue to do that in years to come. And then I know a lot of people will probably want to mention this too, but Olympiad by the pool, at the pool?
I think it's at the pool.
At the pool?
I'm not sure, yeah.
I don't know the preposition. Is that a preposition? I was math. But what a wonderful event. It was heartwarming. It was fantastic. It's the best of what we do as a community. So thank you to everybody that helped organize that. I know a few of us, Mrs. Chilbert, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Blaney. Sorry if that's the ones that I saw there, but that was wonderful. So thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Melnick?
I just wanted to congratulate our newly elected board member, Alexandra Geider. Your knowledge and dedication to education is greatly valued. I look forward to seeing how your perspectives will enhance our mission. I also want to extend my best wishes to Haley Downs as she embarks on her new journey. I will miss collaborating with her, but I know that she will be happily occupied with our new little legend. Additionally, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude for the returning board members, Nicholas Blaney and Kimberly Martin. It's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to collaborate with you two over the last year, and I'm looking forward to 2 more years at least. Over the past year, we've achieved significant milestones and laying a strong foundation for our future efforts, so I'm excited about that. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Ms. Brissette?
I just want to thank everyone. I mean, they left, but thank you for coming out and speaking today. I know that it wasn't easy. I also want to touch on all the emails that we got from the members of transportation. It's something that we need to look at as well. Right now, PTO's in full swing. We have our end of the year events. We have a color run that we still need volunteers for on Thursday. But thank you for everything that you do.
Mr. Jones?
Well, Chris left, so...
Use the microphone, please. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I thought you could hear me. First, in case this is your last meeting with us, Christian, Eliana, I just want to thank you both for being just fantastic Board of Ed liaisons. Obviously, I don't have too much to compare it to because this is my first year as well, but it's just been a real... I'm not getting choked up. I had a peanut butter. Sorry. It's the cookie. It's just been a real privilege to watch you both grow and just become the leaders that you are. And I'm very excited to hear all the amazing things that you're going to do in the future because you're both just really impressive young people. And let's just give them a round of applause. Best of luck to both of you. I also want to say thank you to the voters for passing our district's budget by the largest margin in several years. I think that's a big deal. I think it's a reflection of the work that we're doing. Also want to congratulate our re-elected board members, Nick Blaney and Kim Martin. I know Kim had a very exciting electoral pathway back, but we're so glad to have her back. And serving for another 3 years. To Alex Geider, very excited to have you join us, and looking forward to the next 2 years with all of you all. And you know, there's been way too many events that I've been to and that have happened since our last board meeting. But as Mr. McKeever pointed out, the Olympiad by the pool, man, that was something special. It's the second one I've been to, but I believe it's our third one, right? Our third one. I get that. I did get a little choked up at watching. That was not the cookie. That was really special to cheer on these athletes as they came in through a tunnel of like their classmates and the upperclassmen cheering them on and making them feel like the most important people in the world for like 30 seconds to a minute. And the incredible special education professionals that were with them, literally running with them throughout half the day. Man, talk about dedication to your job. Thank you for everybody who had something to do with that. Not to take it too hard of a turn, but you know, I know I've said it in executive session several times and raised concerns that have been brought to me about issues involving parents bringing issues to me personally or to the board regarding the treatment of their children in SPED programs. It is unacceptable for the parent of a child, let alone a nonverbal child, to have to come to a Board of Education meeting to try and get some justice for their child. I am not a parent anymore. I was a stepfather for a little bit. But I can't imagine the pain that these parents have to feel to feel like they're not being heard in certain situations, and to be just so frustrated at times. And, you know, let's just be honest. Our district has a checkered past when it comes to children in SPED programs. We have had incidents, and I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing enough progress being made in this district. And I'm fed up with having to hear parents come to our board meetings or to send us emails saying that they're not being heard, that their children are being physically abused in some cases. It's unacceptable. We would never allow this if we saw it. So why are we allowing it to happen in our school district? We have to do something about it. Enough is enough. We need to look at exactly what is going on. If it's a lack of training, if it's a lack of oversight, whatever it is, it needs to be fixed. This can't continue. These are our most vulnerable human beings we're talking about. We've got to get serious about this and do something. I'm tired of having to have this conversation every few months. So that's all I have to say about that.
Mrs. Chilbert.
Ditto. I'll talk about some good things, though, because our district does do really good things. And I had a privilege of being on the field during, I'm going to call it Special Olympics, because I don't know how I feel about Olympic by the pool. I don't know. But the Special Olympic event, it's my favorite. I've been going into it for years and years and years when we used to do it with other districts as well. And my kids have always participated with, some of my children have participated with some of the athletes. And this year my daughter did. And I took pictures of the event, and it was so, like, to see her little person with her, see my daughter, just the biggest smiles on both their faces. It was, I don't know, like I said, I always cry when I'm there because it's just such a, you know, she's in there doing Rocky things on the thing, and she was bobbing. It was just so, I love that. I love that event. And looking forward to when I'm off the board someday, I hope I can actually volunteer. I've asked to volunteer for years, but nobody ever calls me. But I would love to volunteer to do that. But I'll be a spectator. And I talked to one of the parents that was there, and she had great things to say. You know, so there are some really great things going on at our district too. We do have to fix the problems, absolutely, absolutely. But know that there are some pretty wonderful things going on too. And this guardian of this one child was just thrilled, and she didn't know who I was. So I was thrilled with that because when I told her after, I said, well, if you ever have any problems, I said, you give me a call. My name's Stacy. I'm on the board. She goes, that's why you were so happy when I said I was so happy with Liverpool. I was like, yes, we love to hear great things too. But to the point of one parent that was speaking tonight, it was I had forgotten that because I've had the same experience. Children really don't get tested until 3rd grade. And I had forgotten that. Only one of my daughters was ever tested. But they kept saying, no, you gotta wait, no, you gotta wait, no, you gotta wait. And it finally happened in 3rd grade, but she would have been the candidate for MTSS. She would have been the perfect candidate for it. I mean, she went on, she's a bright girl and she's good, but when I look back, like I said, I'm the older one on the board, so when I look back, I think, wow, that would have been definitely something that could have helped her. Because most kids can't get tested until they're in 3rd grade. So we have these little K2 ticking time bombs because some of them can't get tested. So just another plug for that as well, that we do need to do something about it. And just thank you. Thank you to everybody that wrote, but thank you to all the teachers, to all the administrators, because really at the end of the day, everyone in Liverpool is here for the students. I truly believe that. So, you know, so thank you for all you're doing out there. We do appreciate it.
Mr. Salazzo.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it real brief, just to echo everything that my colleagues said. And thank you for all of those that spoke up and spoke tonight. I really appreciate the words, really appreciate the emails and the phone calls and everything. And then I'll just end with, since our next meeting isn't until June 23rd, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Everybody, I hope you get to celebrate it however you choose to do so. Special thank you to my dad, who helped me prepare for life and has helped me since, and helps my daughter all the time too. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Eliana.
Am I okay to talk?
Please.
Okay. Okay, sorry. I don't know. I was writing a little statement, if you will, while all of the parents and then Mr. Cabry, I'll call him, for talking as well. So this might be incoherent because I haven't fully read through it, but I'm gonna try and make some sense out of it. So a huge reason why I chose to go into psychology, and also the core of my college essay in general, is my connection to the special ed programs and the IEP/504 programs. As someone with a 504, which I've been transparent about up here, and someone who lives with someone with a complex disability, that's my stepbrother. He doesn't go to this district, I want to clarify, but everyone I know loves him. He's awesome. I also know a ton of people who fight silent battles regarding their disabilities. I just wanted to applaud everyone for coming up here and talking about their issues. It is a very hard thing to do, to talk about that period, because it is not something that is as widely accepted to talk about. Not that I don't know the right way to word this necessarily. It's just not something that is talked about as much as it should be, just point blank period. Let me see, where am I? When someone mentioned how much TAs love their students, it made me think about my stepbrother. I love my stepbrother so much. I know my family does, and all my friends do, and all of his teachers and TAs love him so much. But just the thought of something not being perfect for him, much like anybody else we love, is very debilitating. When TAs aren't trained for the specifics that children need, which is not their fault at all, as much as they love their kiddos, it can be debilitating for children with no harmful intent. When something is even the slightest bit off of predictable for those who have these internal and external struggles, and just people in general, it can throw off a day, a week. It does not matter how long. It impacts people, just period. Noise can be defeating and deafening, but noise can also be powerful. Tonight, it most certainly was. I wish the best for you all. As a student, there's not much that I can do from here, but as with any battle, I believe there's power in numbers, which is why I wanted to make a statement. Coming here for this conversation was inspiring, and I hope you all realize the impact you had tonight. I'm sorry that this is a conversation that has to happen in the first place, just speaking worldwide, but you are not alone in this fight, and I thank you for being the voices representing more people than you will ever likely realize, because there are so many people here who it is a very scary thing to talk about these topics. So yeah, that was it.
I think you might have been talking about stigma and some of the stigma that we have in our society. And I'll tell you what, it's encouraging to me. I'm a cockeyed optimist always, but there's a little less than there was, say, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and that tells me that there's improvement, and that's encouraging to me. And it's people like you who stand up and advocate for those, but also say, these are the things I'm dealing with. That helps people. That helps people. That's meaningful, and I thank you. So, 8.1. Yes, okay. 8.1, is there a motion to approve the revenue anticipation note resolution as presented? Motion by Ms. Brissette, second by Mr. McKeever. Any discussion? This is pretty standard. All those in favor? All hands are raised, thank you. 8.2, bond resolution authorizing purchase of vehicles. Is there a motion to approve by roll call vote the resolution authorizing the purchase of vehicles not to exceed $2,993,963 and the issuance of serial bonds as presented? Motion by Mr. McKeever, second by Mr. Salazzo. Any discussion?
Are these the ones that were just approved in the vote?
Yes, they were approved, proposition number 2, I believe. Yep. Any other discussion? No? This is a roll call.
Mr. Salazzo?
Aye.
Ms. Chilbert?
Aye.
Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Blaney?
Aye.
Ms. Brissette?
No.
Ms. Melnick?
No.
And Mr. McKeever?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. Motion to approve the recommended proposal as presented. This is 8.3, the request for proposal, benefits consultant / broker. Any discussion, or excuse me, motion. Motion by Ms. Melnick, second by Ms. Brissette. Any discussion? Just want to thank all those that participated in the process. There were quite a few bids submitted. And I think this is, as we've said, we have taken concrete steps forward as a board and district, and this is just another one. So, any other discussion? No? All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you. Announcements, June 23rd is our last Board of Education meeting of the year, 6 p.m. district office, and tentatively, July 1st, annual reorg meeting of the board at 6 p.m. district office. Do I have a motion to enter executive session to discuss, number one, appointment of student liaisons, which includes a review of FERPA-protected student information. 2, ongoing contractual agreements. 3, potential employment of a particular person. 4, employment matters which may lead to potential reassignment of particular individuals. And 5, employment matter which may lead to the promotion of a particular individual. Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. McKeever, second by Ms. Melnick. Any discussion? All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you. We'll be in room 18. Thank you. We will be voting on personnel actions after executive session. And you heard Mrs. Chilbert say something about a motion. If something happens, we will announce it to the public so you don't have to sit around. Okay? Thank you. Okay, the time is 10:33 PM. Do I have a motion to return to public session? Motion by Mr. Jones, second by Ms. Chilbert. Any discussion? All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the personnel agenda as presented? Motion by Mr. McKeever. Second by Ms. Melnick. Any discussion? All those. Oh, I can put it out. I can do it right now or after this. Doesn't matter. I mean, do you want me to announce right now? Yes? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. There's a motion and a second, yes, so we're having a discussion. Okay, let me say it, okay. We are happy to say that we have come up with some first steps in restoring positions that are hands-on with kids in our classroom. The MTSS-TAs, 4 of those positions have been restored for the school year in K through 5 buildings. And we have commitment to go back to the table and look for other possible changes that could increase that number further than it already is. Okay? All right. All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you. Mr. Salazzo?
I'd like to make a motion.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to motion to postpone required staff responses related to MTSS and special education TA position transfers / acceptance until June 24th, 2025.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Brissette. Is there any discussion? No? All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you. Seeing no further business, is there a motion to adjourn the meeting? Motion by Mr. Jones, second by Ms. Chilbert. Any discussion? All those in favor? All hands are raised. Thank you. We are adjourned at 10:35 PM.